fans on full blast here. It's a hot day in the studio. You tell me if you can hear all those fans blazing. Okay, ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate a famous photograph, or infamous photograph, or just a hoax or misidentified photograph. Today we're going to be looking at another image that purports to be by the famous Wild West outlaw Billy the Kid, or Henry McCarty as his real name was. And here, purportedly, supposedly, he is this fellow right here in the top hat, second from the left, surrounded by a couple of other members of the Regulators gang. Richard Brewer here. Fred Wadey and Henry Brown. So, is this in fact a photo of Billy the Kid and the Regulators, or he was a member of the Regulators, or is this just four guys sitting around playing cards that someone found in a shoebox somewhere? We'll get into the whole story of this photo and of Billy the Kid, although I did spend about an hour talking about the biography of Billy the Kid in our previous episode when we made this painting, and I'm not going to spend nearly as much time, or maybe even any time, I don't know, we'll see how things go, talking about Billy the Kid's biography, because if you want to know all about that, we've already covered that ground. So if you're looking at this and you like how this painting turned out based upon the photograph there on the left, then hopefully you will like what we do with this other photograph here. So I think this turned out great. I'm really happy. I don't think this is my best painting that I've done, and certainly not the best painting I've done over the course of the last few years doing these Master Study episodes. But I really like how it turned out. There's a few things I don't like, but the pants are a little bit bunched up. But I think, all in all, I don't have any reason to complain. So let's just sort of look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to get the image onto the canvas. We're going to stain it short, kind of tangent here, talking a little bit about the photograph. And then we're going to do some underpainting, and then background, foreground, and then our finishing touches. It's possible that this painting is going to take us some time because there's 4 figures in there. So, if I can get this done in under 5 hours, that's going to be I'll celebrate. Hopefully less than that. I'd like to go see one of the big movies that's opening tonight. So anyway, let's look at just a couple of housekeeping. If you can do me a huge favor to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bells. Of course, you can customize the notifications. I do it all the time so that people that I'm subscribed to, whenever I go on YouTube, I can just tap the little notification bell. I'm like, oh, look, here's a bunch of people that I follow. And I might be subscribed. I'm subscribed to like a couple thousand YouTubers, but here's like the 5 videos by the people I like the most. So hopefully you like me and these videos the most. Anyway, also let your friends know. Take a photograph of the artwork you created, upload it to our Facebook group. And next weekend, I'm going to do a special bonus episode where I'm going to look at all the work on the Facebook and give free feedback. You can support the channel with a small donation via PayPal, Super Chat, by email, if you want to send an e-transfer or a good old-fashioned check in the mail. Again, all those links are in the description below. You can contact me through the Facebook group or on my website. Again, check out those links. Okay, so let's get right to it. Our first step is we are going to get the image on the canvas. Now, of course, as I always say, you could draw this out just by eyeballing it, but it's a pretty complex image. So if we look at the original photograph, and then I've done a outline on the Procreate app on my iPad Pro, and you can download this for free from the Dropbox folder. There's a description, there's a link in the description below for the Dropbox folder for these Paint the News episodes. And we scroll down here, and then you'll see now there's 6 files in here. There's the 3 files from yesterday's episode where we painted the only conclusively known photo to be of Billy the Kid, and then these 3 for today's episode. So we've got the original, and then the outlines that I've done as a JPEG and a PDF. So all you got to do is download that onto your desktop computer and then print it out on an inkjet printer, on a LaserJet printer, on regular photocopy paper, and you'll have that ready to go. Also, I'm using here a 9x12 sized canvas panel. You can use, and so canvas board, same sort of thing. You could use stretched canvas for this. You could paint on plywood, glass, plexiglass, aluminum, all sorts of different kinds of things. You'll see, though, that what these little drips are, that's from a second coat of gesso. So I take it out of the plastic, give it a light sand to take some of the texture off. Then I put some white acrylic gesso over top. I brush it over the surface, let that dry overnight, and then sand it down the next morning. And I get this nice smooth surface. Now, it's not perfectly smooth, but it's certainly going to make it a lot easier to do some of these details in here, which, you know, could be a little bit overwhelming for some people. So I could imagine some people doing this episode and simplifying the painting, painting it in a very impressionist style or expressionist style, or trying to do what I'm about to do, which is maybe a little bit more on the realist spectrum, although I don't have time to go all the way in that direction, but, you know, we'll get about as far as I did the other Billy the Kid painting. So what I'm doing here is I'm putting some carbon paper. This is actually graphite transfer paper that's in the carbon transfer paper folder, because I long ago used up all my carbon paper. Exact same thing. It doesn't matter what material you're using, they're going to get the same results. This is actually double-sided carbon paper. One side, both sides are kind of shiny and black. So this is going to take me probably 10 minutes to outline. Having said that, I'm not going to do all of the lines. It's interesting that this fellow that I'm drawing right here, this is supposed to be Billy the Kid, that he's wearing a top hat in this image, which, you know, it wasn't, you know, it's not like it was outlandishly new or unfamiliar or anything, but considering the rest of his friends here are wearing maybe a little bit more typical kinds of hats that one might find of that era. You know, back in the day, you would have, most of the time, photographers would be, would sort of set up a tent or a storefront on a busy street in a mining town, Old West town, and they would probably have like a box of like costumes and things that people could put on to have their photograph taken. I mean, if you were wealthier, you might have, you know, a really nice suit or a dress, but, you know, sometimes people who made their way out west just brought the bare necessities of life with them, and they might have had to leave some of that stuff at home, or may have never even had that kind of stuff. So it's possible that this hat, or all the hats that we see these gentlemen wearing, are their own, but it's also possible that this is just something that Billy, if you do believe this is Billy the Kid, found in the tickle trunk and was like, oh, that's cool, I want to wear this. So much of the story of Billy the Kid is shrouded in mystery that I think it makes for a really fascinating situation, because really it forces us to speculate upon things, and us human beings, we love to speculate, right? We love to come up with stories where whenever there's something a little bit ambiguous, and it's kind of like the story that I'm telling in my graphic novel that I'm working on as we speak about Tom Thompson. He's a Canadian artist. We did a whole week of Tom Thompson episodes. Was it last year or the year before? And similar, well, he wasn't a Wild West outlaw or anything, but he was a fellow that kind of died in somewhat in obscurity, and relatively little is known about him. Billy the Kid was infamous when he died, and he was in some newspapers and such, but I would also say he kind of died in obscurity, in the sense that it's not like there was a lot of information about him floating around. Most of what we know about, or what we think we know about Billy the Kid, was told by people like Pat Garrett, the man who killed him, or if you believe the prevailing narrative. And some of that information is believed to be correct, and some of it is known to be incorrect. Some of that might have been that Pat Garrett was making some stuff up. Some of it might be that Pat Garrett was told things by people and just wrote what he had heard, therefore perpetuating some rumors. And at this point, it's very unlikely that we will ever know the truth. Now, there's this interesting area here with this jacket. I've kind of gone back and forth trying to decide whether this jacket is kind of going over top of the back of the armrest of this chair, or if it is kind of going underneath the armrest. Going back and forth there. And when I decided to do this and I was doing the outline, I was like, you know what? We got one chair like this. Maybe let's just do the other side very differently, because I can't quite tell for sure. So let's, if we're going to have to make something up, then why don't we do something a little bit different? So that's, if you're wondering why that looks the way it does, that's why it does. Okay, I think maybe a couple more minutes and we'll be done here. So as I do this, I'm thinking to myself, there is a lot of detail here. How much do I want to do? Do I need to do? So now I'm just going to get these floorboards. Actually, maybe let's... take a moment to see if I can. Just want to make sure this is going to be level. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, good. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's one of those things, I don't know about you, but sometimes when things are crooked, it drives me crazy, and if that's all I have to do to help reduce that problem, then that's not such a, it's not too much out of my way. Okay, so then I always just like taking a quick look. Okay. Oh, there's Kathy in the chat. It just says, I just saw you're live. Looks like fun, but I'm off. I'm busy. We'll check in later. I just bought more paints in matte medium, so I'm ready for next week. And there's Natalie saying hello. Great. Oops. Okay. Usually I don't do episodes on Thursday afternoons, but had a little bit of free time here, so I want to take advantage of it. There's a number of reasons why I'm fascinated by this image, and we'll get into that here in a moment. They really have nothing to do with Billy the Kid and more with art history. So let's go to... So now what we want to do is we want to get some paint on this painting, get the painting started. So the first thing that I like to do is stain it with a little bit of color. And that's what this is called, the Imprimatura. It's an old Italian word, goes back a long, long time. It really means like the first layer of paint, or the stain, the priming layer. So To do that, this is the palette that I'm going to use here. I'm going to use what we call split primary palette. That means we've taken each of the so-called 3 primary colors, split them into 2, because each color, every color, is either warm or cool. Some are colder and hotter than others, but each one has a temperature, so splitting them in half allows us to get a much wider range of colors, and I think really mix the colors we want to mix. And we've been using this for all 293 episodes so far, so it works, right? We're going to use white and probably just mix our own black, as as you may know, I like to do. So these are the paints that I'm about to use. This Amsterdam paint, and I'm going to use Azo Yellow Deep, which is a warm yellow, to stain the picture. Now, probably nobody else on Earth does this, except maybe people like yourself watching. I really believe in it. I think it works really well. Traditionally, artists would use a kind of a rusty reddish brown color as a Imprimatura, and may even combine that with the underpainting, especially if they don't do it under drawing or this kind of image transfer that we've just done. Now, I'm not sponsored, and I haven't been given a single penny by any company asking me to recommend or promote anything. I've bought every single thing just through donations by people like yourself, so that's another reason why that's been really, really helpful over the past few years. If you want a higher grade of paint, Golden would probably be your best bet. Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supplies, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dyler Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color. Even Peebo, I have some issues with. The both of those brands, or really pretty much every brand of paint, often uses a little bit of titanium white as a filler to make the paint a little bit more opaque, and that makes it impossible to mix a black, as I'll show you how to do eventually here. So I always sort of I find that really frustrating, upsetting. You know, if you're going to use black right out of the tube, then it won't matter at all. You should be able to get, for the most part, very close to the results I do, but you just have to use black instead of mixing black. Anyway, let's start putting some paint here on the painting. Oh, there's Paula. Hi, Paula. And Paul says, thanks a lot for this Thursday class, Michael. Natalie says, hi everyone, I can't wait to do this one. Fun, I'm peeking and I will do it tomorrow. Okay. So again, there's my warm yellow. Here I'm going to put a little bit of water. About, 40% water to acrylic. And it's the only time I ever use water when I paint with acrylic these days. I just find it doesn't matter when we're doing it at this stage, because we're staining the picture and we're painting into essentially plaster on this canvas. That's generally what gesso is. It's like plaster mixed with paint medium, and so it's going to absorb water really, really well. So, I mean, you could use medium instead, and that would work fine. But medium costs money, and I'm cheap, and so I just put a little bit of water in there because really it's not that big of a deal. But elsewhere in the paintings, it's generally not recommended to paint with water. Also, like last class, I'm going to put a little bit of another layer of paint on here to kind of emulate the look of just the paper surface that this image was printed on. So let's get a little bit of paint on the palette here. Why did I put cool red right there? That's a little bit of a brain fart. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Clean these lids here. Everything's all gunked up. Right, so just so you know, I do have black, but I'm going to mix my own black, so I'm not even going to need that at all. Sorry, I'm just getting all this ready here. Oh my goodness, this is hot. It's got to be like 30 degrees Celsius in my studio right now. So I hope those fans aren't too distracting. But it is. Whew. Should have worn some shorts. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm going to actually also take a little bit of cool yellow. Let's take some cool red. You know, let's just take a look at the painting before I start mixing this color to see. Okay. So that's a fairly pale yellow. So let's mix this. I'm going to put this down here. Let's put the white here. So I get this color on my brush. And then I'm just going to mix it right in here. I'm going to put more white into the picture here. So it's a little bit on the kind of paler side of things, but that's also because I'm about to brush this over top of a yellow canvas, and that yellow is going to appear through those layers of paint. So it's going to mix optically in there and make this color that right now looks maybe a little bit of like a khaki color. It's going to make it look a bit warmer and more yellow. So I think I'm actually going to put even more blue and red in there. Okay. Also, you know what? Oh, shoot, I should have blow dried that. Darn it. Okay. Let's get to that real quick. It's still really wet. I always find that amazing that the painting can be really wet, a little bit of the hair dryer, and all of a sudden it's perfect. Now I'm just a little afraid because I did put a lot of white in there, so I'm just diluting it even more with more matte medium. Okay, perfect. Now, since it is so hot in here, that does make... there's a level of urgency to do this kind of thing, because if I diddle a bit too much, this is going to start drying really quickly on the canvas, and I don't want that, so got to kind of work quickly here. Okay, this is pretty much, it's very close to being dry, even though it's not really as well applied as I would have liked, but them there are the breaks. Okay, well, nothing I can do about that, except to let it blow dry. If I really wanted, I could do another layer, but I'm glad I put as much matte medium in there as I did, because, you know, some of these features, especially Billy the Kid, are very hard to see. So that's going to really mean I really do have to do another layer over top of this. So let's just blow dry that. Okay, so it's still a little bit wet. And I can see some of those lines have reappeared. But this one's a little bit tougher. I suspect it's partly due just the fact of how hot it is in here. That things just started to seize up on me once I got maybe a little bit. What I should have done is, rather than just I put a big glob of paint in one place, I should have just taken that paint and spread it more evenly out. But could have, should have, would have's abound every time one makes a painting, and sometimes it's best just to keep on moving forward, even if things aren't going exactly according to plan, because they never do, right? Okay, so let's just take a moment here to talk a little bit about Billy the Kid and this photograph and some of the circumstances behind it before we launch right into the painting. That'll also give this just a little bit of extra time to dry. So we did spend an hour and change talking about Billy the Kid in the previous episode when we did this painting, so we're not going to do nearly that much today. Just a few things that I want to kind of cover. Just as a quick reminder here, the outlaw known as Billy the Kid, his real name, as most people are convinced, is Henry McCarty, also known as William H. Boney, which was a alias he came up with. The Kid Antrim, which he was, Antrim was his stepfather's name, the stepfather who abandoned him after his mother died of tuberculosis at age 15. So he really spent his teenage years on his own in New Mexico, partly in Arizona, very briefly in Texas, and you could just imagine a young kid like that. He got himself into lots of trouble at an early age, and I think he overestimated the consequences of some of those early crimes that he got into, and that caused him to run away, and that escalated the situation. And because he had, again, like I said last episode, it's not like back in the day you could just Google your name and find out what the charges against you are. If you were convinced that you were going to jail or going to go to court, and you would, just like Billy the Kid, you'd either face the music or you'd run away, and probably the police may have scared him a little bit, so he took off and was basically on the run from about age 15 or 16 until he dies at age 21. So really a very brief career as an outlaw. The Texas State Historical Association has a really great biography on him. Here's a photo, another photo purported to be of Billy the Kid that that I haven't really seen that many people besides this website acknowledging this photograph as part of the canon of Billy the Kid artifacts, imagery. We talked about this other photograph of that again purports to be Billy the Kid and the Regulators, which was a gang of fellow of citizens from the town of Lincoln, New Mexico, as well as people who worked on the Chisholm and Tunstall ranch east of Lincoln, towards basically on the outskirts of Roswell, New Mexico, which is also where some people believe spaceships landed, and we did do an episode on the Roswell landing. This is believed to be Billy the Kid right there. I mean, it's all of these things. It is possible that these are images of Billy the Kid. As I said, you know, you'd have someone would set up a photographer would roll through town, and they probably are not going to, unless it's a big town, the photographer's not going to stay there for very long. They might be there for, you know, a week or two, and drumming up business, and then they'd pack up and move to the next settlement down the road. And so, you know, if you're, you know, sitting around the pub drinking, and some guy comes by and gives you a flyer or says, "Hey, I'm a photographer, I'm right across the street. For the price of a beer, you could be captured on film forever." You know, he might decide, well, okay, let's go across the street. Let's bring the card tables. I've already got a photograph of myself with the gun, or actually, I think that photograph, according to legend, would have been taken after today's painting. So this is a little. Remember yesterday, I was sort of looking at the map, kind of showing where he went. Kind of this is not even in a particular order, but just sort of shows some of the, because he did go up to Santa Fe, Las Vegas, all the way back down to Lincoln, and then, I mean, so he's all over the place throughout his life, and he had a bad habit of returning to the scene of the crime, which ultimately led to his downfall. This is the famous building in Lincoln, the courthouse that he escaped from, and the shootout in the stairwell. We have Pat Garrett here on the left, who at one point was friends with Billy the Kid and then turns against him when the governor sets up a bounty on Billy the Kid's head. And this is the house where Billy the Kid was apparently shot and killed by Pat Garrett on July 14th, 1881, when Billy the Kid was sort of sneaking in, or not sneaking, but just going for a midnight snack, trying to get some meat that was hanging on the front porch there. And I told the story last time, but he kind of backed into the room where Pat Garrett was talking to Mr. Maxwell, the ranch owner, and Pat Garrett saw the silhouette of Billy the Kid backing into the room, and right in front of him, Billy the Kid probably had no idea was dead before he knew what was happening. Pat Garrett apparently claimed he recognized the kid's voice and shot him down, and that was the end of the story. But not a lot of people, not everyone believes that's the end of the story. It's believed to be that this is the grave of Billy the Kid here, and that a couple of his friends were buried in this grave, or in this next to him, and this headstone says Pals, P-A-L-S, which is kind of, there's something funny about that, like that he's with his pals. Of course, these headstones have been stolen a number of times. They've been chipped at, and also this cemetery flooded a couple times. So it's if we try to figure out exactly who's buried in these areas, if there's in fact, it's likely that the corpses have been strewn all over the place and the bones mixed together. So doing a DNA test that some people want to do is kind of dubious. This is the cover of the book that Pat Garrett wrote about the life of Billy the Kid and the death of Billy the Kid, which was quite popular. And a lot of the stories related to Billy Kid spring from this book, including some of the ones that have been acknowledged as being false, that continued to kind of perpetuate through all these years. I want to show, so here's an article in the Daily Mail, let's close this, of this photograph, and okay, let's just refresh this. So here's the image. It was recently up for auction and included this kind of leather frame that it probably was mounted in when the photograph was taken. because you would get a photograph. Not sometimes it would be printed on paper, but often this type of photo technique would be done on basically like a plate of of metal of some kind that the image is literally etched into. And we don't, obviously we don't do that kind of print anymore. So this was the frame served as like both a decorative aspect, but also it helped protect the surface from getting scratched, because, you know, again, somebody like Billy the Kid would get this photograph taken, throw it in his backpack or his saddlebag on his horse, and, you know, it's bouncing around in there next to spoons and forks and knives and guns and bullets and whatever else he might have carried around in there. So so let's just see this. The story goes is that this photo was offered up for auction by an anonymous seller, but the seller claimed that their grandfather was given the photograph by the widow of David Anderson, who was better known as Billy Wilson. Billy Wilson was also a member of that Regulators gang, or at least affiliated with Billy the Kid in Lincoln County. Was later pardoned by the governor. Obviously, the governor sort of tried to sort things out and cool down the war. Like, you know, Billy the Kid's death was, by many accounts, was kind of the end of the Lincoln County War that had gone on for 4 years or so, and I talked all about that last episode. But this photograph stayed in Billy Wilson's family. There's a letter that I won't go all the way into, but just sort of is apparently the certificate of kind of authenticity, describes the provenance, as we would say, of how that image was passed down from hand to hand until it arrived up for auction. Now, I don't know if this photograph actually sold, but it's, you know, it has been, according to the George Eastman Museum in Texas, was you know, it was given their seal of approval that it's authentic, but not everybody agrees with that. And I mentioned yesterday that, you know, when I was putting together this episode a month or 2 months ago, there was information on the Wikipedia page about this photograph, but I see that they've taken that information down. I don't know if that's, you know, that's one of those things with Wikipedia, is that people can edit these and take things in or out. So, but so there might be some new stories, new research that I wasn't able to find that have disproven this photograph. But really, what I want to kind of talk about is maybe the historical relationship of this photo to other images in art history, because card players are the theme of making paintings that feature people playing cards is not new. And I mean, there's because cards have been a form of entertainment for children and adults for, you know, 1,000 or so years, right? And again, this is long before Netflix and Facebook and whatever video games, all that kind of stuff that people would play. So if you're an adult, you know, really up until very recently, cards were one of the main sources of entertainment. So they appear quite frequently in the history of painting, and then later in photography. So I just wanted to show a couple of famous photos or images of paintings that depict card playing. A very famous one is done by Caravaggio. And Caravaggio, have we not done a Caravaggio painting? Maybe, I mean, I don't think we've done a Caravaggio. There was a time when I was in college where I was obsessed with Caravaggio and just read everything about him. So that that's a big oversight on my part. It's probably also because Caravaggio, I'd have to think of what painting he would do, because some of those would take a long time. But anyway, here we've got this composition where we have obviously this guy playing cards, and you know, these two guys here who are cheating, hustling this fellow, right? This guy's literally looking over his shoulder. But you know, one of the things I just quickly about Caravaggio is the fact that many people believe, especially the artist David Hockney, that this image was done using an optical device like the camera obscura, which explains why this guy's appears to be sort of like maybe looking at like a bug on this guy at the back of his neck, as opposed to his cards. His eyes aren't lining up with the cards themselves. And this same sort of thing, this guy appears almost to be looking off in the distance rather than at this fellow. Anyway, we could go on and on. If you're really interested in some of those things, this book is like essential. The Secret Knowledge by David Hockney, I think is really one of my favorite books of all time. It's maybe a little bit more on the geeky end of art history, because he's basically trying to show how artists use these various optical devices throughout history to advance painting, something which he's been accused of saying that a bunch of famous artists cheated, which I don't think is the case. Another artist who's very famous for painting card players is Paul Cézanne. Paul Cézanne is considered to be like the grandfather of Cubism, was highly influential to Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, the two inventors of Cubism. We'll look at a couple more Cézanne here. Gustave Caillebotte is this another famous French painter. He did. We're going to do an episode on him in the fall. A very famous painting that you've probably seen of kind of the streets of Paris and a woman with an umbrella walking down the street. So we're going to do one of his paintings. But really, it's Cézanne who really. I'm not even really sure why. I haven't read this article here, so I'm not really sure why Cézanne was so fascinated by. Oh my goodness, this is not even on camera. That drives me crazy when I do that. How much of that was not on camera? I think when I brought the book out. So let me just go back up here. So there's Caravaggio. Here's Cézanne. Cézanne made, I think we'll look at here about like 5 different versions of the card players. And Gustave Caillebotte, as I said, he did a very famous painting we're going to be painting in the fall. Just want to show this series here. These are the card players. This is the 5th version. This painting at Musée d'Orsay, one of them sold recently for like $200 million. This is at the Barnes Foundation in Philadelphia. This is at the Met, the Courtauld in London. And this is the one that recently sold for a grand fortune here. Let's so you can kind of see, I mean, it's not too far of a leap to get to Cubism from Cézanne, although Cézanne, I'm sure, he must have passed away before Cubism took hold. I just want to see here. 1906. Yeah, so Cézanne would have passed away really just a few years before Cubism began. So the final painting I showed there was purchased by the Qatari royal family for $250 million in 2011 dollars, but now would be worth $325 million today. It was at the time the highest price ever for a painting, not surpassed until 2017. So as part of our series where we're doing the most expensive paintings of all time. This will be the second last painting we do, and once we get there, the most expensive painting obviously being the portrait of Jesus by Leonardo da Vinci, the Salvator Mundi painting. Okay, so I just find it really fascinating. So the reason why when I saw this photograph, when I was doing the research on Billy the Kid and thinking, like, it would be fun to do a painting about that famous Billy the Kid photo here, you know, so we did that, and then I was, you know, I saw this one, and I thought, wow, that's so wild. Like you know, it's got Billy the Kid, it's got this famous it's got a composition that is sort of a callback to a number of other very famous paintings in art history, a very famous kind of motif of people playing cards. Because, you know, also if you're a painter and you want to paint people, painting a bunch of men, and there are famous paintings of women playing cards too, which I didn't show there, but generally people playing cards are sitting fairly still for hours at a time, so it kind of helps that kind of subject matter if you're trying to make a portrait of someone, because you can just, they're busy doing something. It's not like they're just like, oh my goodness, how much longer I have to hold this pose, right? So anyway, let's move on to this next step here. So what I want to do is I want to do a little bit of underpainting. That's going to take me a little bit of time, but that's really going to save me time later. It just occurred to me, what if we did this with a Posca pen? Ooh, how crazy would that be? I've never used a Posca pen for underpainting. Maybe today's the day. Let's do that. This will be an experiment, because I've never used a Posca pen to do this, and because my fear has always been that the subsequent layer might smudge this pen, which could very well happen. So it does make me think maybe one of the things I might want to do is to potentially paint some kind of layer over top of this to kind of bake this paint in. Like painting a layer of clear medium or something over top of it. So partly this is the result of me being a little bit heavy-handed with the that first kind of stain. Or not this, the Imprimatura, just this color, which is a bit of a disappointment, but so obviously this is a little bit faster than painting it all out. But of course the argument could be that because of that I could be getting a little bit sloppy. So I hope that this will be a good strategy here. This would be great if I found that this saved some time. Okay. So that took maybe a little bit longer. Well, actually, I'm sure that saved some time, but I really hope this works out. That would be a cool solution if I can use Posca pens to help with this process. Potentially, well, I was gonna say you could do it underneath this layer, but anyway, let's blow dry this. Natalie says, "Can I use the Peebo acrylic markers for this?" It's possible. Like as I said, I don't know. I've never used a Posca pen, acrylic paint pen, for part of my underpainting. So today's episode is going to be a little bit of a test. Let's see if any of this smudges. Fingers crossed. Okay. Let's go. So our next step is to put some color in the background, and really I'm going to say that the background for my purpose is going to be probably well, maybe it's just this, maybe a little bit of the floor, maybe, we'll see. Okay, so let's look at the original and just think about what colors we want to use. Now, in an ideal world, I could just use this color that I put down here as my background color and just leave it at that. But it is a little bit spotty in places, and so I could remix that color, but I think I'm just going to go to something similar but different here. I wonder if I even want to, I could use this paint. So maybe let's just see if I could do that. Let's start out this time with some white. Too much red. Okay, that's actually pretty close. So that was my cool red, my cool blue, and I put cool yellow and white. So all three are just cool colors. And they are very cool, by the way. Let me just think. Do I want something a little bit more muted? Part of me thinks maybe instead of being so light like that, that maybe it should be... I mean, that's basically the same color, isn't it? Okay, well, I'm going to paint this in and think about it. Okay, so there's a little bit of what I was afraid of, that paint smearing and smudging on his hat there. Yeah. So this, okay, so this is, every painting's an experiment, but what this is showing me is that this is why I've never used a Posca pen for underpainting, is that basically I can brush that paint over my black lines once, and then you just gotta walk away, otherwise it's danger zone, as Kenny Loggins said in that Top Gun song. Maybe, what if I just do this quickly over top of everything here? This should help protect, seal that paint in, theoretically. So some areas smudged a little bit. But I guess I'm just thinking I want to go for a bit more of a gray anyway. I'm going to mix a black. Lori says, I started watching, but dinner was done. I ate so fast, I'm sure to have a stomachache now. I think I'll try this with watercolor or gouache this weekend. Awesome. Yeah, doing this kind of thing might be easier with watercolor, in that once you've drawn it out onto, let's say, watercolor paper, you're just painting watercolor over top, and then you could go back over with a black pen to bring out some of the darker lines in there. That would be smart for sure. Just gonna mute. So if we just look at this photo, so if this is, this color we paint here is ideally white. Like it's, so like the shirt here, both Billy the Kid and Fred Waite's, Billy Kid and Fred Waite's shirts, those would be white. Maybe the cards, those would be the only things where we would ideally just let this background color show through. Whereas this area is obviously, especially when you compare it to the white of Billy the Kid's shirt here, is a little bit darker. So I think I do want to, what I'm going to do is mix a black, and we'll have that on reserve here. So let's take a bunch of cool blue, a bunch of cool yellow, a bunch of cool red. I have a feeling we need a bit more of that. There we go. So that's my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red, and mixing those three colors together gives me black. Now it's not an exact science. Obviously, I'm not using, scales and test tubes and all sorts of different things to help ensure that I get the color exactly right. But as my grandfather used to say, good enough for government work. So I think that's probably good enough. So what I'm going to do now... Okay, so this is why I don't like keeping these paintings in the paint zone. Just got some big blob of paint right down there. Yikes. Okay. So I just took the previous paint that was there, which had some white, and took my black, mixed this in. That's probably too late. Feel like that's too much. So that's pretty good. It's maybe even just a little bit too dark. That's okay though. Just lightened it up a little bit midway through, which is okay, because maybe we're going to kind of have a few different areas where the color is a little bit lighter or darker anyway. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, so Laurie says, my color theory sucks, though. I have a really hard time with cool versus warm colors. So I think one of the things people really overcomplicated. It's really very straightforward. If you're mixing colors and you're trying to reproduce a color you see, just ask yourself, where is it in space? Is it close to me or far from me? If it's close to you, warm colors, and you only got 3 warm colors to use, right? If it's far away from you, it's cool, and you've only got 3 cool colors to worry about. So in this case, this background here, this area is cool because it's in the background behind these figures. So I used a combination of my cool yellow, cool red, and cool blue plus white, right? I also mixed a black, but black ideally is a neutral color, right? Ideally, to make that black, I used cool yellow and warm blue and then warm red, and that neutralized all of the warm and cool colors. Sometimes there's a little bit more cool yellow or a little bit more warm red, and that might, yes, make it just a little bit warmer or cooler, and we're going to do that in today's painting. But for the most part, you know, so then I can just, I take my white and my black, I make a gray, and then I added it to my cool colors, and that makes it go back. So I mixed a cool brown, added gray to it, and that's the color I got. So again, just ask yourself, is it close or far away. Far away, cool. Close, warm. And keep it as simple as that. That's really all you need to know. So for instance, part of, I'm like, I'd like to use this same color down here, but the floor is much closer. In fact, this area, the very bottom of the floor, is the closest thing to me. So it should be the warmest colors in the entire palette right down here. Otherwise, what could happen is if I use cool colors here and cool colors down here, the floor is going to look like it's kind of folding back down, and these guys are like on strings hanging from a ceiling in front of a fence and not a floor, right? Now, sometimes it's super subtle, and you could probably, if a painting like this, I could probably get away with it because these lines, diagonal lines, help create the illusion of depth, right? This is essentially geometric perspective at work, these lines receding back towards the horizon. So that is going to, it's another strategy that artists use to create depth in a painting, right? We've got overlapping shapes, right? So this guy looks like he's in front of Billy the Kid because he's in front of him. Sounds obvious, but that's one strategy artists use to create space, is putting one shape in front of another shape or obscuring a shape with another shape. Using geometric perspective, I did 2 full lessons on geometric perspective in my drawing course. Using warm and cool colors, using differences in value. So you want grays and whites, well, mostly gray really, to go into the background, because if you mix gray into a color, it's going to make it look like it's receding. And if you add white to a color, it can make it takes away the saturation, which again makes it look like it's receding. Versus if you use black looks like it comes right up to your nose, right? It's leaping forward. So you'll notice in this painting, some of the final things I'm going to do is add, this black that I just mixed. I'm going to put those on parts of these figures' bodies, and that's going to pull them even more close to us. It's so much so you kind of have to be careful. That's one of the reasons why I always discourage people from using black right out of the tube, because let's say there was a painting hanging in the back of this picture here, and if I painted that with black, let's say a black frame, that painting is going to look like it is in front of everyone, like as if it's hanging on some kind of string, right in front of the camera, and it's very, very small, right? You could, like, as if I had a little something like that hanging right in front of my face throughout the whole episode, right? As opposed to a picture on the far back wall behind me. So you just want to kind of be careful. So there's lots of different strategies that artists can use to create depth in a painting. Using warm and cool colors or color temperature is just another strategy you can use. So you just have to think, where is it in space, and then follow those guidelines. Now, some artists don't do that. They do that deliberately. They deliberately mess up warm and cool colors in order to maybe create anxiety in the viewer. Edvard Munch's The Scream kind of does that a lot. We've got some cool colors in the foreground, warm colors in the background, and that has a destabilizing effect where you're just like, oh, there's something, this painting makes me uncomfortable. I don't know, something is like, messes with my head, and people don't really know why, but if you're a painter, you look at it, you're like, oh, the cool colors in the foreground. And I'm sure Munch would have known these strategies. He would have been taught it in school. And so he's subtly inverting those color temperature relationships in order to kind of create a bit of anxiety in the viewer, which is exactly what the person in the painting is doing. They're like, the world's gone mad. I'm like having an existential crisis, right? So you can play around with warm and cool colors to create some interesting effects. You don't have to follow those rules. I hope that helps, Lori. Lolly says, another stream today, my lucky day. Okay. So another thing too, like, so for instance, let's say they're shirts. You know, ideally these would be warm. Everything, all of these figures, including the floor, should all be painted with warm colors. Now, I did mix a cool brown that we put over top of all of this. So ideally, because of the photographic process, you know, this is the color of the paper or the print or the plate that the photo is exposed on. Ideally, I would leave that blank. But it is possible, once I get a little further in the painting, I look at it and go, well, that cool color of these shirts sure makes it look like those shirts are in the background. That's weird. And I may end up having to use warmer colors to paint that back over top. Before I move on, I'm just thinking, do I want to do anything else here? This area up there is kind of boring. I could modify it a little bit just to... So here's my cool yellow and my warm red. Cool yellow, warm red, cool blue. That makes a cool brown. And now I've just put some matte medium to make this a bit more transparent. I'm wondering if I just take a little bit of water on here. End up just taking all that off. Although actually not that bad. Now, is that too subtle? I kind of like that, just because of a bit of like a yellowed kind of quality. Makes it look a little dirty, like a coffee stain, a patina of some kind, like it's weathered a bit. It doesn't achieve what I wanted up top there, though. So I'm just trying to use like X-ray vision to see into the future of this painting. I mean, an alternative is rather getting it darker up here would be to actually lighten it. This area right there on the far right of the photograph, I think is just like the curtain. Similarly to the previous painting we did, like we've got like a curtain backdrop, and this is some sort of, I think maybe an aluminum sheet reflecting light back in. You know, as I said before, some of these paintings or these photographs that were made in the Old West here are fairly primitive. Like people are setting up studios and abandoned storefronts. You know, I kind of think of it as, you know, like at Halloween, there's those what is that store, Spirit of Halloween or something, that pop up, and they you know, they have all these costumes in there for like the week before Halloween, and then the day after Halloween they've already packed up and moved on and put everything in storage or something, right? So they're very transient spaces, and they're just using whatever material is available as backdrops, etc. Lolly says, I missed the biography. Did I miss the biography bit? I'll go back and catch up another day. I have just interested to find out what the Regulators are. There used to be a good song called The Regulators. I did just probably like 10 minutes talk about kind of the background. I did last episode talk for like an hour and a half about the biography of Billy the Kid. The Regulators were just his sort of the group that he was riding with. He would have been considered a member of the Regulators, the sort of informal posse that formed as part of the Lincoln County Wars that were raging around southern New Mexico in 1778 to 81, or sorry, 1878 to 1881. Should I do this floor here while we're here? Maybe. Just to show, also maybe just since we were talking with Lori about warm and cool colors, let's take some warm yellow, some warm red, mix that in there. And some warm blue. And now we get a warm brown. We take some white, black, Now let's take this warm brown. Notice how I just painted right over the chair legs. It's like, you know, that's probably just going to create kind of an ugly look of color, you know, me painting around all that stuff. Just easier to paint right through it. So that's, you know, that's with gray in there, and I look at it like, oh, that's a little intense. So let's blow dry that, and then, or you know what? Well, I should get this sorted out, I think, before I go too far. So let's, yeah, I'm gonna blow. So I am just wondering about this. If I need to make that a little bit more of a gray. Now I kind of feel like that might have gone a bit too far again. So I'm going to take my rag. I don't know. I don't know if that did much. Could have been just a lot of busy work here. Lolly's going to try drawing this out. Good luck, Lolly. Yeah, you can use Paula as inspiration there. Paula's painting along. So that's... I'm not sure how I feel about that ground, but I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm going to blow dry this. Now that we've got the background painted in, or at least hopefully it's painted in, what we want to do is move on to the foreground, which are our figures here and their chairs. I did paint the floorboards, which are technically the closest thing to us, at least the front of the floorboards, but I just folded that into the background pass here. So let's look at the original. A lot of details here. So what is my best? Well, let's mix a brown. So we're going to take our, we're going to make a bunch of different browns here. All right, put a little bit of red in each here. Be a bit more of a reddish brown. bluish brown, or greenish brown. Okay, now let's make, oh, that's a little bit too much black. Let's make a gray. This this white is from a different brand, and therefore it doesn't always behave the way that I want. So I'm going to take that gray, and what should we do first? Let's do some pant legs here. So let's take this gray, mix it in with this brown. You can feel like this should be much darker. Smallish brush. So what I'm doing is alternating these colors a little bit so that the jeans maybe look, or pants look a little bit different. Maybe use this same color. Let's proceed with some of the same gray into this other brown. So I'm really not super concerned with getting the right values in here just yet. I just want to distribute a few different versions of brown across this painting. Get rid of that beer bottle or whatever he's got in his hand there. Okay, let's take some of is that probably good enough for right now? Let's take some of this red. Just bring these back up side by side just so you see how the painting's unfolding here. let's get a little bit darker here. So essentially what I'm just doing here is establishing a few different values and slightly different colors that as I start to kind of do more and more painting on them, will just help offer a little bit of difference in, just to help tell these figures apart. And let's see, the skin, let's see, what if we take a bit of white and just put it in here with a bit of yellow? Okay. I feel like I spent more time on there than I... Well, all of it's useful. You know, if I just sort of look at this compared to the previous one, we're just kind of doing similar sort of things. I think, again, the way that I like to paint is I like to start with my middle values. And just as a reminder, like, values are contrast between light and dark. That's how, when our artists talk about the value contrast, it's contrast between light and dark. So I like to start not at white and black, but a little bit towards the center, and then just keep pushing further and further and further to those darker and lighter extremes. I know that I've seen other people on YouTube do the exact opposite. They'll say start with black and then go to white and then bridge the gap in between. So if that's the way that you want to work, then you should work that way. There's nothing saying you have to do it the way that I'm doing it. And we're not even sure in this situation this is the best either. I mean, arguably, because there's so much detail in here, it might have been helpful to go black. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe... I mean, I'm happy with the way the results I get, but if I wasn't, then I would switch and just try something different. Whew, okay. I'll blow dry that. Okay, the other thing too is now that if I decide to start going, as I will, go over this and to start kind of darkening and lightening, then some of these kind of the brown kind of qualities might become muted, right? So if you look at this and be like, wow, it's maybe a little bit too colorful. I want it to be more black and white. That's okay. These will become more and more subtle. These different in kind of brownish hues. But one of the reasons why I like doing this is just because I want there to be some color in all of this, as opposed to just making a pure black and white image, which I've done before. You know, I did that with... I did the cover to the Ramones. I've done that... We did a UFO painting that's in black and white. So here, I'm just going for... I'm kind of testing a little theories and just trying a slightly different approach. Also, these images, because I think these are the oldest photos that I've painted in these classes so far. There's a bit of that sepia brown quality as opposed to just pure black and white. And so I'm trying to bring a bit of that color into these pictures. Okay. So I think this also, in fact, let's... Now that we've got the background established, the foreground established, let's go back to the background and see if there's anything we want to do here, because this would probably be the time to make any changes to the background or add any extra details, because later on we can change anything at any point, but it just becomes a little bit more difficult. Or so let's take a look at both of these side by side. So basically I'm just asking myself, if this stayed the same throughout the rest of the painting, would that be okay? Do I want to do anything up here? Put any coloring, shading? Do I want to do those diagonals? Well, let's... my instinct to say no, I think I'm done, but I just want to maybe test a little bit here. So let's... we don't need that much, but let's put a bit of cool red, cool blue, make a bit of a mixture. Cool yellow. It's got a cool brown now. I'm going to take some white. And black. Oh, it's very purpley, isn't it? I'm going to do just a bit more of that. I'm not sure entirely about that. I don't know if that was even really necessary. I might have liked it before. I could wipe it away. I think it'll be okay. Just, yeah, I probably didn't need to do that. Kind of maybe liked it a little bit more on the brown side. That's a little bit purple, more purpley. Do I want to make it a little more brownish? If I do, this would be the time. I mean, I did use, the background here is kind of also very purple. Far more purple than that. And it's okay. I mean, this is basic. What this is it's almost like a perfect gray, but because it's right next to these warm browns, it makes that look way more purple than it really is. Just feel. committed. Whether I'm fully into it or not, just hard to say. Yeah, I don't. Well. It's going to do that left side again there. Let's do this again here. That's better. Just kind of bringing that, unifying that a bit. Okay, maybe I should just leave. We'll see. I mean, again, it's so hard to say because so much of the rest of the painting is very similar values. So that's why I don't want to spend too much. I mean, I say I don't want to spend too much time here, and I've spent, you know, maybe 45 minutes or an hour just working on background stuff over these past 2 passes, but it's, you know, it's a little bit like a pizza crust. You know, once you start putting the toppings on the pizza crust, if you decide you want to switch to a medium or, you know, a thin crust from a deep dish pizza, it's like, well, I guess we can do that, but it's just eat the pizza and just make another pizza, you know, like, I just wanted to, let me see, yeah, I mean, what I was just trying to do is just maybe give a bit of a vignette to bring the attention to the figures in the center here. I think that my only, is that too extreme? In person, that's super subtle. On camera, it's like, it feels like that's a very obvious difference there. I could use some glazing fluid or just really thin that down. Let me blow dry this here. So what if I just take glaze or matte medium and just put it in here and get whatever's left of paint that's there. Very subtle. Okay, I think that's good enough. My hope is that, like Lolly was saying there in the chat, that as the painting, as the foreground starts to come into more definition, that kind of thing just becomes, would be far less noticeable. So let's move on then. I was not planning on doing anything for that background pass, but story of my life. So now that we've got, I really hope, the background done, let's move into the foreground and start bringing some resolution here to these figures. So let's look at the original, and it makes sense to me always to start from the background and move to the foreground. So that would be trying to at least do a little bit of the two figures in the background and then work to the foreground. Let's see, let's do their clothing first. So these are all, this is mostly cool colors, so let's focus on our warm colors, warm browns. Let's, I think most of that's kind of dry, so we'll have to kind of remix some of this. Oops. So we got our warm yellow, warm blue, and warm red. Let's take our black. And a little bit of white. Okay, now let's jump down to a much smaller brush too. And I think we can start zooming in. So let's take this color. Maybe this needs to be even darker. notice his jacket came down. I mean, I can make this his jacket. It's just gonna basically make that jacket really dark down here. Okay, let's come back up here. Take a look. I'm just putting more black into this mixture. It's still relatively subtle. Lori says, as much as I would like to stay to the end, it's getting late and my morning is early. Good night and thank you for the insight on color theory. Thanks, Lori. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get a good night's sleep tonight and we'll see you in the future episode. Where did that white just come from? What I just touched, but anyway, that's interesting. Okay. So what I've just been doing, let's just back that back out again. It's just starting to put some of these folds on these figures here. And to start kind of defining some of these spaces. So I'm going to change the shape of this chair and figure that maybe that's the back of the chair and this is his jacket hanging out the back side. Which I think is probably what was also happening here. And I could still do that. It's just one of those things that, you know, as I'm painting this, I see things that maybe I didn't see before. So let's just keep plowing along here. Let's just get darker and darker. Oh, it's from that bottle. let's just keep progressing along here. How did I get that so wrong? Down there. That's the bottom. That's the top. How did that... Okay, so what's going on here? That's the bottom. Okay, so let's just... That's the top. Discombobulated by that. What's going on here? Okay. darkening under the table here. It's very subtle, but we'll blow dry that. I just realized I was muted that whole time. Lolly says, your painting already looks amazing. Pascaline says, waking up between dreams. It's 3:40 in the morning in the UK. Hello. It's got a vintage look. That's awesome. Well, that's what we're kind of going for, right? Getting that ancient photograph quality going. And it's, part of that is that little bit of yellow, I think, that I put back there. I think kind of helps enforce that. So I'm glad I put that there. I do just notice that So, you know, like one thing, you know, as I was just applying that black over top of a few things, some things kind of disappear a little bit. Like maybe some of the work I did on the jacket and the pants, the boots, underneath the table. But that's okay. I mean, because those areas are very dark anyway. So we're going to bring a bit of those things back later on. But I think one of the things that sometimes people are just so afraid to get darker that everything just stays in middle values. Like, it won't surprise me if I see a bunch of paintings and this is as black as we get. So I think what I want to do now is maybe, I'm not going to go right to black, but I'm going to get pretty darn close. Just taking some of the paint that was here, this kind of really greenish brown. So let's say that, like, the hair, this might be as dark as some of the hair gets on these fellas, so that I can do the brims of their hats, or the underside of the brim of their hats, and get really dark there. One thing I think about when I'm painting too is, you know, we accept a lot of stuff from photography because we assume that, well, it's a photograph. Yeah, maybe something's awkward about it, but that's, you know, that's just the way it looked. Versus when we're painting, we could do an exact copy of whatever it is in life, and we look at it and go like, oh, there's something kind of pretty awkward about it. But then you're like, no, 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 but it's exactly the way it looked. You're like, yeah, okay, but, well, maybe you should have changed something or something, because it's kind of just looks strange. So, you don't want to be a slave to the original image. You want to be able to take some liberties where it's needed in order to clarify things. him. Daughter spent the day at the beach with let's define that bottle a little bit more. Did I not just blow dry all this? Why is it still tacky? Okay, so I want to go do a little bit more work now on the faces and hats, and then I think that's going to really move things along. I'd say maybe I'm 60% done this painting. So, and I think once the faces arrive, that's going to take me it'll take me a good hour or so. They could make the clothes feel very close to being done. We'll have to see, but once we get sort of, let's say, the faces and hands done, we might feel a lot better about how the rest of these bodies look. So let's do that. Okay, so let's zoom in here. Pascaline says, it's great, as a few days ago, I was planning on painting a photo of my son and I using a vintage effect, but I was not sure how to approach it. Very cool. So that's exactly what we're doing, right? Learning a little bit. I mean, I might be, I suppose maybe I might be going the long way around to do this. But I do think that the approach I'm taking, as complicated as it might be a lot easier for a beginner painter to do, because I'm kind of just building little brick by brick by brick, like an impressionist technique. And I've spent the whole morning, I was looking at impressionist painters, and for future episodes, and very bold brushstrokes, right? And if someone like like Monet, but Berthe Morisot was painting this, we would try to do this as quickly as possible. We would try to get it done in maybe an hour or two at most. Not the but of course it lacks a lot of detail when we paint that way. So you just have to decide what you're going for when you're making a painting. So we'll get the smaller brushes out, and let me just zoom these in. Okay. So maybe my first thing here would be just decide, do I need to lighten anything? Maybe not. Maybe can we just go right to the darker colors? I'm just going to take my black. Some matte medium. In the past I've done this a lot with using glazing fluid, just because it gives me that extra few moments to dry. But I'm just going to go right to the darker values here. Maybe I do need to get something a little bit brighter. Okay, so let's just mix a brown again. hands are in there enough. Got that little shifty hand going underneath the table. You wonder what if the two guys in the foreground are passing cards back and forth or something. What's the deal? Right, I imagine that might have been kind of the setup for the painting. Or maybe the photographer's like, pretend like you guys are cheating or something. Okay. I'm just going to quickly blow dry. So I've got black, matte medium, and a little bit of that color I was using for the skin. Just so that it's not pure black, because I want to reserve black for any places I might need it. I don't know where those might be yet, but usually that might be like eyebrows, eyelashes, eyes. I mean, we don't really see their eyes. Their eyes are all looking down. Actually, let's take a little bit more of actual black. And as the painting dries, this black, which goes on very striking, will kind of fade a little bit and become a little less intense. let's just take a look at how that appears. So, you know, maybe I might have jumped the gun there a little bit by going so dark. But I could still even go darker than that. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I mean, I can't really say how accurate it, I mean, does it really look like him or not? I don't know. Does it matter? Not to me anyway, but that knee might be a bit sharp, but we can, well, I don't know, maybe we'll keep it. So, you know, as previously, it felt kind of like, wow, it's a little bit too dark down here. And now I put the black there, and I'm like, well, maybe I need to darken that shadow under there a little bit more. So we'll get there eventually. I guess I'm just trying to decide, do I work on this guy or go right to Billy the Kid and do a little work on his face now? Darn it. Let that paintbrush sit there and dry. It had white paint on it. It looked like it was just the clean brush, but nope. And there's Natalie. Hey, Natalie. Let that soak in the water for an extra few minutes. So, you know, I obviously I could take that black even further and keep pushing it and pushing it until, like, you know, these legs and that jacket, they kind of start to disappear a little bit into the shadow, and it becomes like it's quite ambiguous as to, like, I mean, that's why I don't even know what the shape of that chair is, or if his jacket is, you know, coming through the chair. You know, obviously it differs a little bit from my sketch, in which I thought maybe that's the shape of the back of the chair, and as I'm painting it, I think, like, you know what, I think that's his jacket coming through the back of the chair like that. So similarly, I might just let's see, is any of this still awake? Think about that there. Okay, let's zoom back in. I think I'll go right to Billy the Kid here. I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. So again, I'm using a bit of my matte medium to make the paint a little bit more fluid, add extra fluidity to the painting, but also making it a little bit more transparent. But I kind of like that because it just gives me that extra bit of opportunity to darken it even more if I want to later on. So sometimes this brush is definitely approaching its final walk around the block here. It's kind of, you can see it's crooked and Okay, there's still obviously some stuff to do there. Just gonna move on and just keep on painting. And Lolly says, unfortunately for me, I'm going to have to pull myself away and get some sleep. I'll rewatch and catch up with the final painting tomorrow. It looks fab so far, though. Thanks, Michael, for a great class and all your hard work. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lolly. Okay. That guy's hat just keeps getting bigger and bigger, don't it? Goodness. Okay, I just gotta run and get the car seat from the nanny outside. Paul says, which one is Billy the Kid? Billy the Kid is this guy right there. That's Billy the Kid here on the second from the left. Well, if you believe the stories that it's Billy the Kid. Okay. Let's, I just gotta run and grab this car seat here. Just a few minutes. Okay, back in business. You know, definitely this painting is in the middle of a transition period. Like, I could probably have left it before I started putting this black in, and yeah, I probably would have been happy with it. You know, or not, well, I probably would have felt like there's more I could do, but it could have been left at that point. What I'm doing now is a lot more detail, and by putting all that black in, it's really making the contrast extreme. I might go in and then also add a little, just another value, not quite as dark as this in a few places. And I can totally imagine a few people maybe watching or doing this themselves who are like, oh, I don't know if I... But you never really know until you do it. And once we just keep on going, then, you know, and it sort of goes to a different place. And we just embrace what we've got. It's gonna be fine. I'm more than happy how it's developing. So, but I just say that because I can understand some people getting here feeling, oh no, what on earth have I done? I think I may have lost the plot, kind of thing. I'm just gonna... keep leaving these brushes out. It's a real amateur hour, Michael. What are you doing? As I said earlier, Kathy says I'll tune in and watch the bio. The bio is really on Tuesday's episode when we did the previous painting of Billy the Kid. Today's episode I mostly just went right to the painting. I mean, I still probably talked for 20 minutes. Oops. What am I doing here? What's going on? I'm just pushing some of this texture that I noticed build up. Just pushing with my finger down to try to keep it from being too pronounced. Unless it's echoing the shape of the form, that's okay, but if it's, in that case, I don't think it was serving it well, so get rid of it. Okay, let's take a moment just to see what we got here. Let's blow dry this here. Let's just look at these side by side here. I mean, well, we've got the maybe, okay, the cards, obviously, that's probably next. Maybe, actually, just before I do that, let's just, get a bit of white on here. Take some white, some black, make it gray. Although I feel like if I just put that there, what I need is some more brown. Let's take some warm yellow. Warm red. A little bit of warm blue. There we've got a brown. This might be one of the brighter colors, more white. Let's zoom in. Okay. I like that same color for highlights, so let's just take that. So again, this is a gray, a very light gray with a warm brown. Right, there's the brown, and so there's maybe, my warm brown with 90% white and a little bit of the black. So let's just go back in here. Actually, let's see this bottle too. Let's get some of that. Just dilute this a little bit. Ah, sorry, my head's in the way. Excuse me. Just diluting the strength of this so that I can do little highlights elsewhere on these. Actually, you know what, let's blow dry this. So really, you know, the success of this painting can come down to just the patience we give to this kind of stuff. These little bits of highlights, little shadows. Let's go to the other fella. Over here. These shirts, these white shirts they're wearing is kind of problematic because I suppose I could paint them lighter than their faces, but I'm not sure I should do that. that stuff's not even on camera, let me see that bottle. Is that none of that in focus? Let's make a bit of a gray again. There's some black, mostly white. Probably should have put cards on this table earlier, but it is what it is. Let's blow dry. So this guy looks like one of the Three Stooges. Which one was that? I'm just going to brush a color in here. I'm going to do the same thing to Billy the Kid's clothes. I feel that's better. Some symbols or anything on these cards. So I know this seems very tedious. This is really, I love this part of the painting process. It just, very slow. And I kind of like that slowness. Okay, I'm starting to get close to finish here. Oh, the symbols and such. Okay. Let's get some dark gray, maybe a tiny bit of brown on there. just want to look at the floor. Do I want to do anything to the floor to make it a little scratched up or anything? Let's just make a little bit more brown. Warm brown, of course. Ah, not on camera. Okay. Oh, I'm getting close here. just want to take a bit of black, do a little bit of darkening under the table. Again. a little necklace. Not going to make it as long. Okay. I think we can call it a day, right? So, let's take a look at these paintings side by side and see how we did. Pretty happy with it. It definitely looks different than the original, and different than what I was expecting it to be, but I think as I see this on its own, away from the original, I'll come to appreciate it more and more and more. So, just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, take a photograph of whatever you painted today, upload it to the Facebook group, and if you haven't joined the Facebook group, do that now. And I think we're all about 1,000 people right now, so that's amazing. If you want to leave a donation as little as $1, 25 cents, or $40 million, whatever feels good for you, that's a great way to help support the channel. You can use the super chat function, PayPal, send an e-transfer by email, check or money order. All the links are in the description below. You can contact me through my website or the Facebook group, obviously. So, not that one. That's the one we did last class. This is today's painting. And there's the result. I mean, the faces on all these fellows look a little bit different. That guy feels like he looks like a clown, really. So I say, it feels like... Was it one of the Stooges? Or Laurel and... No, not Laurel and Hardy. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. Anyway, yeah, let's zoom in. See how they did side by side. And then so maybe why don't we just start down here at the bottom by these boots. So we'll take a look at the previous Billy the Kid painting I did just yesterday or Tuesday. Compare them. I think I did a better job at the pants and the boots than I did previously. You know, I could have spent more time on these chairs and done reflections on the chairs, but I felt like I wanted to kind of keep it kind of minimal. Make them just sort of simple, you know, metal chairs as opposed to probably the wood that they are. I didn't want to just busy this stuff down here. But, you know, if I was painting on a bigger canvas, for sure, absolutely. There is obviously also the other feet of Billy the Kid as well, somewhere in here. And I just opted, rather than painting them in there, just sort of keep it kind of ambiguous. Let's look at the boots on the other side here. Same sort of thing. I think those turned out well. What's a little fuzzy things there? I think that was the rag that I was using, an old sock, and it looks like it's little fuzzies that got mixed into the paint. Oh well, it seems to suit the painting, right? I actually I feel like I like how that arm looks going underneath the table. It seems to make sense. Or not even just make sense, but I think it's I feel like I've maybe made it look more suspicious than the original. Perhaps. Right? I don't know. Also, just the corner of his jacket. Obviously, I did something different. At one point, I was going to kind of turn that back into a curve, and I just was like, you know what? I don't like how that looks. So I painted it out. In the drawing that I did, I had a pocket here that was sort of, because he's got a jacket pocket that is obviously, I don't know, maybe that's a handgun or something in there. I just decided just to kind of have it hanging down. It does look like it's heavy, like there's something in there probably on the inside pocket. So it's not the same, but I think the effect is similar. So let's now just look at these guys and their likenesses. You know, this guy in the original looks like he's like the smartest, most handsome, maybe oldest of all of the fellows. And then in here, he looks a little bit scragglier. I made his hair bigger just because I kind of goofed and I didn't do enough of the background close enough to the head, so I had to kind of do something there. Otherwise, if I tried to mix that background color and apply it there, it just would not have worked. So, I think that's okay. Again, this guy over here, he looks really sad. But maybe that's his poker face, right? Maybe that he's doing that deliberately to fake everybody out. And then the central subject of today's painting, Billy the Kid in the background with the top hat and this other fellow. I feel like this guy I painted maybe most successfully of all four today. It certainly doesn't really look like him. But I will say, excuse me, his expression, he kind of does look like he's looking down, kind of out of the corner of his eye, like he's going to try to, you know, pass a card or something to the fellow across from him, also in front. My version of Billy the Kid, he also looks younger. The guy in the original photo looks, you know, a little bit thinner, maybe a little bit more wild. This guy sort of just looks like a child, a teenager. Well, I mean, that's what Billy the Kid was. Certainly, he would have been like 17 or something. But we're talking such a small scale that fiddling around trying to get a better likeness here is just, I think, a recipe for a catastrophe. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Maybe just zoom out just a little bit. There's where they're all kind of zoomed in. Yeah, I mean, I feel good about it. You know, maybe it would have been. I was thinking about doing this whole painting in just pure black and white, using white paint and black paint, and just doing black, white, and grays. Obviously, I didn't. But yeah, I think overall, I think it's turned out okay. So, thank you everyone for painting along with me today. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a great weekend. We will see you next week. I can't even remember who we're looking at next week. The schedule's been a little messed up lately. So, we'll see you then. And there's we go. Perfect timing. The lights are going crazy. So, we shall see you all again very soon. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. That was fun. It was a long one, but we got...